Welcome to the live stream from the Nordic Business Forum. We're going to be talking to Alfred and Petri Parvinen in just a moment. If you have questions, you can tweet them. Use the hashtag NBForum2013, and I will be asking your questions from the gentlemen. We're going to open up for questions from the press first, and then we're going to have a little discussion and see if we can get you fighting amongst each other.
So if you could first tell a little bit what you were talking about, like main topics.
Do you want to start?
Sure. Well, Finland's at a crossroads. For the past 50 years, we've been growing due to an investment-led global economy, and we need to learn selling. We have a lot of new research evidence that individualized sales psychology is really the only way out for modern service-sized businesses, for mature OECD countries, and I was giving a couple of tips on what's going to be going on and how should probably Finnish companies react to that.
Okay, my name is Alfred. I am currently working on a project trying to understand what innovation truly means in an age where innovation has been elevated as the concept primus inter pares, as the one thing that is supposed to explain absolutely everything, save everything, and lead us into the promised land. And trying to present a few arguments for understanding innovation in a more critical fashion, asking questions about what are we actually getting from all the investments we're placing on it, what are we getting from all the pretty speeches and the delightful media representations thereof, and is there another world beyond this discursively constructed, almost utopian-like understanding of innovation that could profitably be explored?
Okay, so who has the first question?
Thank you, Jukka Niemelä from Nordic Business Report. Last year I talked to Mr. Brian Tracy about sales, and I would like to ask you first, why is it so hard to sell in Finland for us Finnish people? It seems that we can sell Nokia to Americans, our land to Russians, but anything else seems to be like banging our heads against the wall.
Well, there's tons of reasons historically why Finland hasn't been a sales-led or commercially-led country. Our sort of agricultural history is one of slash and burn farming, one of Finno-Ugrian tradition, which is heavily reliant on nature, and that grows into an interest in natural sciences, which then grows into an interest in technology. We've had things that we've been able to crack international business with, and I don't think there's been a real need to be able to make a living out of sales. I think it's just an evolutionary historical fact that we've grown into the situation where we are right now.
If you don't mind, I'd actually like to pick this up slightly. Because I live both in Finland and Denmark, and often get asked why, since the countries are so close together, why they're so different sales-wise. Because they are.
They are.
And I go to simplistic explanations, because when I talk to a lot of my friends and think back to when we were kids, what were our first kind of summer jobs? We mowed lawns. We worked backstage in a shop. We possibly worked in a warehouse. Or a post office. We did that kind of stuff. If you talk to Danes, my wife, her friends, they always say the same thing. Well, I started selling in a cafeteria. I started selling in a kiosk. I started working with my mom who sold cosmetics. Sales is not something that you should learn at 25 when you get out of university, and then you're supposed to go a 2-day sales cramming course. It is a culture. It is a question of being interested enough in people and prepared enough to actually go into contact, of actually wanting to sell or feeling it natural to sell. I don't know if you have a...
Yeah, definitely. And we know from research from sociology that the level of sociability among Finns is low compared to European standards. Finns prefer being alone, and making human contact is not something that they prefer as much as the average European. And that definitely is a prerequisite to being successful in selling, not being human aversive, if you know what I mean.
Do you think salespeople are born or made?
Most definitely modern salespeople are made. There are very few things that you can do with just the innate ability to be a nice guy or a sociable girl. There's very little that you can do with it. There's a hygiene level. You need some of it, but beyond that, the modern salesperson is most definitely a skilled professional.
Alf, you said in your speech that we need to reclaim innovation.
Yeah.
Stay with, what does that mean?
Well, it's kind of a provocation and a play with the notion, the Reclaim movement, the Occupy Wall Street movement. We have social movements in society right now who are prepared to ask interesting questions, challenging questions of, for instance, the financed capitalism Petri was also referring to. And I wanted to provoke the possibility that we could do something similar with the ideology of innovation that pervades so much of society. It might sound like a slightly naive or romantic idea, but often working with corporations, I try to explain to CEOs that they really shouldn't be the one who possess innovation, who control innovation, who shepherd innovation. That should be the job of people close to the action. And if you create a structure where those close to the action do not feel that it is theirs, they need to be taught to reclaim it, to take it as theirs, to take it as their prerogative, and not only keep it as a discussion in boardrooms and fancy after-dinner speeches.
Do you have concrete tips or tools on how that could be implemented?
I think it starts from a change of this discussion, the discourse. Just as you could say that in order to create a good sales culture, you need to start from sales not being a dirty word. In the same way, we may need to change the ladenness of the word innovation. It should not just be defined by top management. It should not just be the discourse and the discussion of consultants, but we should teach people to ask the difficult questions about what do you mean by that? Give me an example of that. Would you accept this as that? So, because language programs our minds, I mean, that kind of links back to the psychology bits of Petri here. I think that we need to start to look at our vocabulary and vernacular of innovation and to start the cultural shift from there.
Well, that's a fantastic segue. We're going to go back to Petri's speech, where you actually spoke a lot about individuality and how you're supposed to meet the customer very individually. Could you please elaborate on that for the people in this lecture?
Sure. There's two layers to it. One is the fact that people are born different. People are susceptible to different interaction cues. We know that from kids who are 2 or 3 years old. There's a little bit of debate whether it's genetic or not. But we know that it grows into the personalities of people very early on. And then there are sociological trends that hit the world and different parts of it at different times. And it seems like we're looking into an era where we have more knowledge of the individual psychological differences, so we know that people should be treated differently, and we're in an era of increasing individualism, which then again creates it's a need. It's a completely must for sales organizations to be able to build that into the very concrete task that they do. And what I had to add to that one, we've had a lot of success explaining what networking means in business-to-business relationships by concentrating on the tasks. What is a networking task? What do you need to do differently if you assume a networked business strategy within a B2B setting? And you know, Scandinavians are great at that.
The Scandinavians tend to be good when there is a task, when there is a specific thing to be done, rather than when you're given this kind of very wide remit of go out and network, go out and innovate. So you really need to break it down into something workable, into the baby steps. And even take the more challenging aspects of, if you refer back to Vijay Govindarayan's work on the need to forget. Forgetting is really difficult. Forgetting is super difficult. Forgetting a bad sales culture is really difficult because you're used to doing something. Forgetting a bad innovation culture is almost impossible because you are locked into your routines. So we should break down stuff like forgetting and letting go to concrete tasks as well if we really want to change our organizations.
Jukka.
Thank you. As professors, you are very clear about the situation between Finland and other countries. What's the level of skills abroad in sales and innovation compared to Finland? What's the gap, and are we able to gain it? And if we are, how long will it take?
I don't think the world is moving in the wrong direction from a Finnish perspective. I think it's going in the right direction. The more China we get, the more internet we get, the larger the role of trust in selling. And I think leading corporations that have been able to sell paper mills and telecommunications networks to international corporations, both in developed and developing economies, have shown that there's something that we have in sales that can be used globally. So the gap will be closed automatically because of there's something internationally that Finns appreciate. When it goes to the domestic market, I don't think Finns as customers want to be dealt in the same way as Danes as customers. So we will keep on, as long as we are as inbred as we are and genetically different, we will have some of our obscurities in the way that maybe sales and I don't know about innovation.
Well, I actually I'm a little opposed to the notion that countries would differ so much in their innovative capacity, because I have never been to a country who isn't convinced that some other country is far better at innovation or sales or most everything. And I would actually say that for most countries that I have some kind of understanding of, including Finland, I don't think that there is a problem of there not being enough competencies or capacities. I think the bits are all there, the Lego bricks are all there, but their efficient utilization and combination is often lacking. And this is due to our fear of not really wanting to look too different or not wanting to be too different. Finland has enormous capacities, enormous competencies. We have an extremely well-educated population and research that's the envy of the world. We do have all we need if in kind of tool form, but what is needed is the courage to actually unite these in novel, interesting ways and do stuff with it. And that is a challenge that all nations, to my understanding, face.
But to your question, how quickly does it change? I think one of the great examples in history is how Austria became from still being a flourishing trade nation in 1910 to being a bad copy of an early industrial Germany in 1930. So in 20 years, the sort of appreciation for trade as a main industrial or welfare generating sector of the economy disappeared from Austria. Vienna is built on trade, and there's very little of it left if you count out tourism that's really saved the Austrian GDP.
And here, even though it breaks my heart to say it, I will have to kind of state that, referring back to this slightly oblique metaphor, I think the problem in Finland is not one of innovation but one of sales. I mean, I would prefer it to be innovation because that would make me more important, but the fact is that Finland's problems stem from a misunderstanding of trade, not really being good enough at sales, and so that actually is which should be dealt with first. Our innovative capacity is okay. We could be a lot better, but we need more sales-led innovation as well.
Oh, you have one.
Hi.
Hiya.
Sociability Sanoma. Petri, I have a question for you. You said, just that those people who got salesman, just those people who got sales, they have it's in their gene. Is it correct?
So the level of sociability is somewhat genetic. How likely are people to prefer being in human company as opposed to being alone? There's a certain hygiene level of sociability that you need to have to be able to make it in a sales profession. But beyond that, it's really skills that you acquire. So there's some people will never make it in a sales profession because their level of sociability is not high enough. And then you need to teach people social skills and professional sales work to also encourage them to behave more social than their innate level of sociability. So there are a few equations there that you need to figure out, but one of the things is that people do have an almost inbred, almost innate level of sociability in them.
Right, because break it to the very, very small scales of those people, salesmen, phone calls,
Sure.
all of those ones.
Yeah.
So people, just getting 10 minutes interview and they're getting in the job or not. So as a 10-minute interview is not good enough. Just some people, just getting some kind of training and just saying, pick up a phone, calling everyone, and just to sell. So basically, it's not good enough. We have to just change completely. Just a system.
Yeah. Oftentimes, the most common mistake is being, teaching salespeople on how to be active, how to contact a lot, how to be, even aggressive in interpersonal relationships, how to get on somebody's skin and what have you. We know from research that doesn't work. It just adds on into the volume of sales work that has its inevitable effect that if you do 100 sales calls instead of doing 10, you will get some deals. But if you look at the stats, being more sociable that you have skills for will not result in a good sales outcome. You know it from the schoolyard. Everybody who tried to make friends, if you just go, you're in a new school, and you're trying to make friends in the schoolyard, and you just talk to everybody a lot, hassle, you're gonna be the one who's being picked on. Don't be more sociable than what you're doing, is I guess the basic equation there.
I have a question on Twitter from Mia Karlsson. How do we get leaders to understand/lead dynamic and innovative and energetic people?
I think if anyone would know the answer to that, they would currently be on a small private island in a mountain of cocaine. So it is an impossible question to answer, because if you could, you basically would solve most of the problems in the world. What I think, which is kind of the coward's answer, is that maybe we shouldn't teach leaders one specific skill in leading innovative people, but rather teach leaders the skills of not interfering too much. We have, and that I think is slightly a Nordic problem, the Nordic cultures have a tendency to want to be perfect. We are perfectionists in a sense. We dislike sloppiness and failures. So many managers, many leaders strive to create perfect projects rather than happy accidents. So I mean, if there is one thing I work with, we're talking to CEOs, kind of say, well, you can't control it. Let go. Let them try stuff out. Create systems to stop humongous catastrophes, but allow small failures. And I say it's the coward's answer because it's a lot easier to kind of say that than to actually do it in a company that needs to meet sales targets, that might have media observing stock, how the stock is moving and stuff like that. But this is what the most successful companies have done, is that they have loosened the reins rather than imagine that a whole new set of reins will make the horse run faster.
I think a lot of sort of traditional CEO types that I've come across who've actually been able to then attract more innovative, fresher people to work for them than they really are as themselves as persons, is that they're vulnerable. They admit that they're not perfect. They maybe they're a little grumpy, maybe they're a little nitpicking, maybe they're a little selfish or something, but they're openly. So I guess a good maybe recommendation is that if you don't have a clear disadvantage in yourself, create one. Make yourself the perfect error that you're not good in. Because if you try to sort of maintain that element of perfectionism and never make any mistakes, people smell through that. Nobody's like that really. and then you go home alone and you cry. You know, you don't want to do that. You want to have a problem with yourself overtly when you're working, and give the people the understanding that that's okay. Talented people appreciate that, I think.
We had a question from Anna Kaisarid on Twitter. I think it's more for Alf. If we did our work well, we wouldn't need innovation as a separate concept? Question mark.
I mean, I think it's a perfect way of putting it. I mean, oftentimes we create these terminologies just because we're trying to find ways of doing well, doing better, improving, and innovation, creativity, all this has, in a sense, migrated from our world, in which we looked at them as well, basically operators we try to understand the world with, and now they've migrated into organizations which should basically focus on doing good work. Because organizations that do good work tend to innovate in that work. They have people who are inspired, want to do stuff. People have a natural tendency to look for new solutions. We are all curious monkeys, and we can't stop picking at stuff. So if we just keep picking on stuff, we will innovate as long as we're kind of in that kind of space of doing good work. And I mean, the most creative companies I know, they never kind of sit around asking, are we doing innovation in a controlled fashion? Are we creative? They just do stuff, and they love the stuff they do, and they're excited about their new doohickey or their new service. They never get kind of caught up in putting labels on it. So I totally think that if your company never talks about innovation, you may be onto a really good thing.
Finland got many companies, especially the many small companies. Do you have any advice for them? Just a very simple thing about the sell. Sell.
Yeah. No. Personally, I think it's enormously important that you have the driver. It's a great thing that we have small and medium-sized enterprises which are entrepreneur-led here. Because the ways that companies are incorporated in Finland is that you do have a lead entrepreneur. We don't have small team-led companies as much as other countries, for example. We do have that central character in the small and medium-sized enterprise who can actually make a difference, but the size of the companies is one which gives hope for change. So you can actually turn around a company of 20 or 30 people fairly quickly. So I'm just always encouraging people to think professionally, think a little bigger than they are, have a greater vision, and then be very, very brave. I also encourage our students to become entrepreneurs, even in small companies, because it gives you an element of liberty that really allows you to do stuff that you enjoy. Failing then is completely fine. And we have a great system of saving individuals in this country. You just have to get over the stigma that you get from doing a little bit of a bankruptcy. I can tell from personal experience.
We have 5 more minutes.
I have Outi Määttä on Twitter who was listening to Petri York's speech, and she wants to ask you, how do you individualize service in B2B? How do you create a personal feeling with a representative from a huge organization?
Well, I think I answered the question on stage already, but the point there is that I do a lot of just spy work. I just call people. It's a networked society everywhere. It's the same when you go to Silicon Valley. It's its own little ecosystem. You call people and you ask them honestly, what strings do you think I should pull with this person? What's he like? Doing some of the homework like you would do on how much turnover does he have, what kind of machinery does he have in place. I just do proper homework in preparing for these kind of things. I don't think it's that different. The interaction psychologies, for sure, from a research perspective, are not different from B2B to B2C.
And there's, of course, I mean, and that's kind of an interesting question, though, because we are in an age of big data and in an age of extreme networking. One of the big problems sales will have to solve is, of course, when it gets really good, it also gets really creepy.
Yeah.
As in, I mean, there is a point where I do not want to be recognized when I go into a store. I mean, there can be many reasons. I can be tired, I can be paranoid, I can be out doing something I shouldn't. I mean, so the tracing problem is also there, and I think that it will be fascinating to follow sales developing in which you try to negotiate that personality creepiness. Almost like the uncanny valley in robotics, where you get really freaked out when robots get a little too like humans, but not perfectly like it.
Sure.
So there's a little too like real social behavior, but not quite there yet.
Yeah, it feels a little creepy. Let me add on to that personally, I do think that honesty in approaching the person and asking, how would you like me to approach you? In an era where everybody's doing spy work online, is quite a good psychological strategy.
Thank you. This question is for Alf mainly. How much does bureaucracy limit the innovation?
I think bureaucracy is a really interesting concept and one that's massively misunderstood. We should remember that bureaucracy as a notion is introduced by Max Weber way back, and it was introduced actually as a system of highly efficient, rational and fair dealings. That is, back in the day of actually also the Austro-Prussian Empire and so on, a lot of people, a lot of organizations, including trade companies, were run by basically aristocrats. And who you were, what name you held, what family you came from was much more important than what you knew. So bureaucracy were actually the original meritocracies. They were put in there so that everyone would get a fair shot. You could do your job even though you weren't an aristocrat. You would get a fair dealing from the courts even though you weren't of noble blood. And over time, of course, this has grown into the monstrosity we know now, which is the endless reporting, the endless meetings, the layer upon layer of organizational frippery. But I think that what we need to do is kind of look at bureaucracy as not sick in and of itself. We need a certain set of routines, we need a certain set of processes. But what we have today is basically this gone haywire. This has kind of bloomed into a completely impossible system. So every organization will need a space when it's only the routine, only the facts, just 1, 2, 3, nothing fancier than that, which was the kind of original logic of bureaucracy. But take away the layers that have been created by middle managers wanting a bigger turf to control and CEOs wanting to micromanage things into almost kind of unimaginable granularity.
And having to give numbers to things.
And having to give numbers.
Communism and corporatism are the same thing because you have so many of something that you have to create a numbering system. So I don't know, Leningrad school number 235 is not that different from a construction company, you know, having a job number 1492, like a road sign, little plaque there.
And I think the point being is that just going, ooh, bureaucracy is bad, can miss the point. Because just as you point out, I mean, the sense of putting numbers on things, the same people will often say, oh, bureaucracy is terrible and it stops us, and then say, what we need is a more efficient innovation metric. We absolutely can't have bureaucratic structures in our organization, but my God, the salespeople need to be controlled and need to reach quotas. So people talk about how bureaucracy is so horrible. What they don't understand is how it permeates things and actually how widespread it is, and that people actually can say, I hate it, but at the same time desire it quite obsessively.
Okay. Thank you so much, Petri Parvinen and Alfred.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome to the live stream from Nordic Business Forum in Jyväskylä. We're going to be talking to Tom Peters. If you have questions, you can post them on Twitter using the hashtag NBForum2013. We have some questions from Twitter, so if you have anything, we'll convey them to Tom in our little 15-minute session here.
Okay, so could you start by telling us like a little summary about what you were talking about today?
Well, I believe that technology change, which has always been with us, is accelerating at a very unprecedented rate. I think that it is, for the first time, destroying white-collar jobs and white-collar jobs that are paid very well. If you went through that whole line of discussion, and this was what I said because of something a conference I attended in Korea, the question is, what are people going to do in the future? Because obviously the role of the state is to make sure we keep people, among other things, gainfully employed. And I went from there to simply talking about enterprises that work. And it is my belief, it's my belief in 2013, I said it in Korea about Korea, I say it at home, I'll say it in Finland, the number one role of the organization is to, in fact, develop and advance the skills level of the people who work for them. That is a principal responsibility. The good news is that I believe that if you do that, you also enhance the quality of the products, the service to the customer, and so it also turns out to be a profitable thing. But bosses, leaders are in the human development business. That is their business, and it's now 10 times more important than in the past.
Okay, so what was the first question?
I'm Yari, freelance journalist. You talked about how important listening to people is. These days, how do you think leaders can find time for listening when it seems there's so much intense in working life?
My almost rude answer would be they can find time because there's no alternative. The problems, most of the problems that leaders get into is from spending too much time with other leaders who have the same beliefs that they do. And so if you're a leader at, say, a second or third level in an organization, how do you know what's going on where the people who are delivering the product work? And the answer is you go there and you watch and you ask. A guy who, in fact, commented on Twitter, and I now have it in my presentations, I didn't use it today, said the 4 most important words in any organization are, what do you think? And so I think, you know, that it takes incredible self-discipline. When I talk to managers about what they do with their time, my comment is always, you're not dumb, you're not stupid, you're doing what you're supposed to do, and then at the end of the week, you don't know any more about what's going on than you did in the beginning. And so it takes incredible willpower, a colleague who might even be a spouse to work with, but you've got your calendar has got to look like the times. There's an Israeli by the name of Dov Friedman who wrote a book called Leadership the Hard Way. And he worked for Intel, and he did all the Intel tech development and so on. And he said every leader should keep, any level, should keep 50% of their calendar open. And I don't think many people can pass that threshold, but I do think it's an aspiration. And he says he does, and Intel is one of the toughest, nastiest, most brutal companies that I know of, and yet he's made it stick with his own calendar. So, you know, as with so many things in life, willpower is a lot of the answer.
Okay.
Thank you. Jukka Niemelä from Nordic Business Reports. I was the other guy interviewing you over the phone last spring.
It's always nice to meet the other guy.
Finns are good in planning and talking. I mean, not quality talking, but the content of talking a lot about doing, not really doing. We are the aiming folk, as you described about GM. Yourself, how much do you believe in planning? And if you believe in planning, what kind of planning? What's the focus in planning, and how far ahead?
I think, given the rate of change, the overall cycle has shrunk. Relative to one of the things I was saying about GM, maybe there was a time when you could take 7 years to develop a car. But what we're seeing today, and you know what some of our great friends at Nokia and BlackBerry saw, is that the cycle's getting shorter and shorter and shorter. And so I might have given you one answer in 1980, and I'll give you a very different answer today. There was a comment by Mr. Bloomberg about start prototyping now and then improve and improve and improve. And so I think you need an outline of a plan, and I think you need a general objective. And then I think you've got to get out into the marketplace and try some of the stuff and try parts of some of the stuff. I mean, the Drucker line that I quoted is, to me, not facetious. That I go out and speak so I can figure out what I'm hearing. That makes sense to me until I've got something to react to. And so, you know, the plan has to be much more concrete and much more fast cycle. And I certainly think that it's, other than what you have to do for a banker, I think it's insane to have a 5-year plan. I think you can have a 5-year plan around what I was talking about inside, around the way you develop people. But relative to what you do, it strikes me as almost a joke in 99% of businesses. There may be exceptions. And you know, I was over in Stavanger in Norway, where the oil business is, and maybe if you're building oil platforms, you've got to think a little farther ahead. But for the other 99% of us, I don't think that's the case.
Thank you.
Plus, I think the planning process is much more ad hoc, web-based. It's not a planning group that sits down and put together a plan. It's a whole different approach to thinking about what's going to happen in the next 2 weeks or 5 weeks or 10 weeks or 2 months or 6 months or what have you. I think everybody is a planner, and I don't, again, think that's a joke term, because I think the best company, not the best companies, that's a silly statement. I think good companies living with today's world are getting everybody involved in that process of thinking where things are going.
Okay, you have a question.
So there was, in your presentation, there was a quote that said, treat your employees like customers. Do you think the companies lack that kind of things these days? Can the company survive if they don't treat their employees like customers?
Well, 2 ways to answer. The reality is, I'm not in the business of worrying particularly about the future of either Finland or the United States. I'm in the business of worrying about making enterprises better. And so my focus is always on what we could do to, I think it's probably decent advice at a higher level, but I'm not a macro economist who thinks about those sorts of things. I don't think, the good news about a lot of the stuff that I said today is that it's easy to get started, and it shouldn't be special, but it is special, and so it's actually companies that listen and treat their employees like customers have a huge competitive advantage, because not many do it. I don't sit up at night worrying about everybody doing it. So, and the other part of it, and I know I said several times that I was 70, which is true, is I don't give a damn whether you're a Finn, a Thai, a Japanese, or an American. You gotta look in the mirror and feel good about what you're doing. And to me, good about what you're doing has a lot to do with the development of the people who are around you. And it's as true in a cutthroat business as it is anywhere else.
We have about 5 more minutes. So Lotta, will you ask some?
We have Anna-Kaisa Reid on Twitter asking, do you think Finnish companies take quality for granted, thinking Finland equals quality compared to China? It's a very specific
Well,
question.
one dangerous thing about that tweet is it's kind of irrelevant what we think about China in 2013. As we well know, they're not idiots. And they will, look, given my age, when Japanese products first came to the United States, they were pure, unmitigated crap. And you can use any term you want. And it didn't stay that way very long. And the Chinese are their wages are going up. If your wages are going up, you got to make better products. And if your products go up, you've got to get into the quality thing. And, you know, I now share the Finnish concern because I now come from a small country too, in the world of China. But I think you've got to assume, having just said to the gentleman here that 10-year plans are stupid, I think you've got to assume that they will close the quality gap in pretty short order. You know, they're building advanced universities, and you know, the first slide I used had to do with 1 million robots at Foxconn, and presumably the robots are more reliable than the employees in terms of a quality product. So nobody can rest at night saying our products are higher quality, including somebody who goes out and speaks for a living like me.
Melissa DeMel would like to know, how do you feel about entrepreneurship teams growing the economy with many skills as opposed to task-specific work teams?
As opposed to what?
Task-specific work teams.
Task-specific work teams? I'm not 100% sure that I understand the question. Entrepreneurial teams versus, I mean, I think one of the reasons that maybe I don't understand the question is I think every team ought to be entrepreneurial at some level. I mean, I didn't do it today. There are things you can do and you don't have time to do, but I've sometimes said, look at every project you're involved in, and it was one of the things I said at the end of the speech today, and on a scale of 1 to 10, what's the level of excitement in the project? And I will, to use the American phrase, go to the mat, saying you can make a purchasing or HR or accounting group project just as exciting as somebody can in a research and development lab. And so all teams ought to be entrepreneurial. Task specific, there's no such thing as task specific. The essence of a task-based thing is to make the damn thing better than the original spec. And so, you know, I know it's incredibly American, but I've always said, use the WOW standard. If it's not exciting, then, you know, cut the project. Anything can be made exciting. And I'm not talking about crazy, nutty, or what have you, but it can have twists and turns and have a little something going on that's not consistent with the way we've done things in the past.
Time for a very short question, or a short answer.
Okay. Ville Virtanen is asking, we are starting training 20 new employees in 2 weeks. Is that a hint to success?
Well, I don't know the size of the organization, but let's suppose it was, just for the heck of it, a 50-person organization and had 5 people who were kind of like executives. Step number 1, the executives have to teach training. They've got to be in the classroom with the 20 hires. They've got to be, that's number 1. Number 2, the attitude and approach and culture and the way we deal with people has got to be a part of every training course. That would be my second point. And number 3, which, like so many of these things, you could always take too far, guarantee no company I know has ever spent too much money on training.
Okay. Thank you, Tom Peters.
Sure. Coffee's good. Of course, I know you're coffee drinkers in Finland, so damn well better be good.
Welcome to the live stream from Nordic Business Forum in Jyväskylä. We're in the press room. We're going to be having a discussion with Jack Welch. You can tweet your questions using the hashtag NBForum2013. There may be time for them, but there's a lot of press in the room who are going to have first dibs on questions. After this live stream, you can go check out, there's a one-on-one exclusive interview with Jack Welch that was live streamed on Wednesday, and you can find that on the website.
Okay, so welcome to Mr. Welch's press conference. We have about 20 minutes with him, and so we'll have the questions after we hear a little bit about what you're going to talk to us about.
Well, I don't know, because my format is I answer questions. I have a moderator. Henker is going to do it today.
Okay.
And I'll be answering the questions that are on his mind and the audience's mind. So I'm open to questions from anywhere and any size, shape or form, but I don't have a speech. I don't give speeches.
Okay.
I never like to listen to them, so I don't particularly like to give them.
Okay, so we'll have the first question from Nelon.
Okay, thank you. I'm Lasse Tore from Channel 4. In this seminar, there have been a lot of discussions about Nokia. How do you see Stephen Elop's role as a Nokia chief executive now, after the selling to Nokia to Microsoft? Was he a Trojan horse?
You mean the remaining company?
Yeah.
I don't know enough about Nokia to comment on that. I've been asked a lot about Mr. Elop's pay, but I don't know the technical aspects of Nokia enough to comment on what his job will be with the remaining bits of Nokia that have not gone to Microsoft.
Do you think 18.8 million was a lot? You got 470 when you left General Electric.
Well, I worked for 41 years for General Electric. I started at the lowest rung in the company, and I don't know where you got 417. I think Wikipedia has something like that. Well, that's just nonsense. But I got a very healthy pension, and I had 41 years of service, grew the investors' profits 4,000%, and they got a very good return. The market capitalization of the company grew by $500 billion. I think I got a fair return for them and for myself. But Mr. Elop's is a whole different situation.
And Kaupalehti.
From Kauppalehti. As the team's leadership.
I can't hear you, I'm sorry.
Sorry. As the team's leadership, what would you suggest to Finnish business leaders what they should do in order to get us out of this mess that Finland's in right now?
Well, Finland's in a mess just like most of the globe. Finland's problems are not unique to Finland. If you go to France, you're looking at the same type of GDP numbers. If you go to the US, they're not that much better. So we've all been through a global trauma, a global dislocation, and Finland's not been excluded, but they're not unique by any means. And I think the Finns have got to do what we all have to do, is innovate, come up with products that are more desirable for consumers and industrials. And so it's an enormous part of the challenge of every country. And we've met here, in the short time we've been here, in the 3 days we've been here, we've met some wonderful entrepreneurial stories. The problem is we've only met a half a dozen of them so far, and we say, how do we find 1,000 of you or 2,000 of you? But I think the Finns have got a great education system. They got a lot going for them. And the fellow that we met, don't know his last name. He's got a company in the U.S. that he's grown rapidly. He took his company from here with Finnish engineers. It's called Deal Dash. And he's typical of what the Finns have to have, and Americans have to have, and every country has to have. Entrepreneurs backed up by some financial work to grow and build employees. He's now up to 50 employees from nothing. He's doing $80 million of business from scratch. He's 21 years old. He started when he was 16. It's a great Finnish story. You need thousands of those.
How do you find the balance between being a good manager and being a decent human being?
Well, I think that they go together. If you're not a decent human being, you can't be a good manager. If your people don't trust you, if they don't feel responsive to you, if they don't think you've got their interests at heart, you will not be a good manager. So just like a family, if you're going to build a team, you need to be a great teammate. So that question is an oxymoron, because you can't be a bad human being and a good manager. There's no such thing.
With financial difficulties, a lot of companies here in Finland are firing a lot of people. Is that the only solution, or how should Finnish companies try to deal with weakening economy?
Can you repeat that question for me? I had trouble hearing it.
Right.
It was about firing. We don't have much. Could people come up here? It'd be so much easier for all of us. Thank you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. I want to ask you about, with the financial difficulties, a lot of companies in Finland are firing a lot of people. And is that the only solution, or how should the companies try to deal with weakening economy?
Well, you've got to get your cost structure in place to be able to survive. It's the most painful thing a company has to do. The only time it happens is when the company hasn't become competitive. So the only solution for the company is to keep being competitive, not get complacent, not be happy where they are, not think they know it all. Always be learning, growing. Growth is the elixir. And if you don't have that, you're stuck. I mean, ideally, you wouldn't have to do it, but there's no answer. If you have no money, you're out of business. And you're trying to keep customers, do the job, do more with less, and it's a brutal equation, but that's what happens. And I don't see another solution, not just people. You got to find costs everywhere. You got to get rid of waste in purchasing. You've got to do every bit of cost reduction. It's not just people, but you've got to get your cost structure right, because if you're not profitable, if you're not doing well, this is a phrase you've got to understand in Finland. If you're not doing well, you can't do good. And that's a big deal. The idea that you can be a wonderful company and not do well is not possible. Only companies that do well do good. When I was in my last years, when I was working at GE, I'm now working with 18 other companies now, but when I was with GE, we had 47,000 employees mentoring students in the inner cities. Because we were doing so well, our employees had job security, job satisfaction, and they had time to give back. You don't think companies like General Motors and those companies that were in trouble had mentors out in the field? You can't do it. You don't think the dot-com companies of the year 2000 could give anything back? They all went broke. So if you don't do well, you can't do good.
Okay, Nordic Business Report.
Thank you. Hello, Mr. Welch. In the phone interview last spring, when Hans-Peter asked you what would have you done differently, you said you would have done everything much faster. So as the decision makers in public organizations lag behind, what would be your management principles easy to adapt, which would provide efficiency in decision making in public organizations?
You mean in city governments? And well, that's a tougher job than I had. That's a much tougher job. You don't have some of the tools of motivation that we have and other things. So I'm always very respectful of public leaders and public managers. That's a real hard job. But again, it's so much different in a public organization. You've got so many constituents. In the end, in a corporation, if you make the wrong moves, you've got your share owners to deal with. Here you've got every citizen, you've got every other move, so moves are more difficult to act quickly. But in a company, how many times have you all said in your life, I wish I waited 6 more months before I did that? It's not a typical reaction. It's not something you always say. You usually say, darn it, why didn't I act faster? Now, to translate that into a city government, I'll leave that to you.
Keski-suomalainen.
Hi, I'm Sami Rahkonen from newspaper Keski-Suomalainen. In Jyväskylä is planning to fire 900 person.
What?
900 person firing, letting people go because of the lack of money the city has.
I'm sorry.
The city of Jyväskylä is going to fire
Yes.
900 people because of
okay.
lack of money.
I want to ask, I think you have been characterized as a cold leader. How many person have you fired during your career?
Well, I'd like to think that a lot of people left because we told them they didn't fit, and we gave them a lot of time in severance. And I can't count them, but a lot of people have left our company because we didn't have room for them or couldn't use them. But the one thing we can say about every one of them, they knew what the story was. Every manager that works has no right to be a manager if their employees don't know where they stand. If they don't know where they fit in the organization. No one should come to work in the city government or somewhere else and wonder, does my boss like me? Do I have a future? Where am I going? In your newspaper. If print in America are laying off people every day because print is dying in America. And yet people are being surprised because the management stinks. And the management's not telling them where they fit in the organization. So no one should be surprised. And then when people have to leave, they've got to be treated with dignity. And they've got to be given severance, and they've got to be given time to relocate. We never let anybody go without a year of relocation pay and time to look. So, I mean, you've got to be decent about this thing. This is the worst thing that happens, whether it's in city government or in corporations. The most difficult thing you do is lay people off.
We have 10 more minutes. Taloussana. Can you speak up? Maybe you should come over here.
Thank you. We're making everybody move. I'm sorry.
Yes, you have been a sort of an advocate for ranking employees.
Yes.
Yes, and you believe the system of sort of 10...
20, 70, 10.
Yes, so do you still favor that kind of
Love
idea?
it.
Do you think the very strong competitive environment is the only place to get people work effectively?
Yeah, let me tell you about 20/70/10 because journalists have difficulty understanding it. 20/70/10 is not purely about numbers. It's about, and we'll talk about it at the conference today, it's about behaviors or values and numbers. So, for example, a company has certain behaviors it needs to get somewhere. The behaviors are how you get there. The mission is where you're going, and the behaviors are how you get there. So speed, for example, might be a behavior. Teamwork might be a behavior. Promoting people. How many stars have you found and promoted might be a behavior. So you rank your people along these behaviors. Then you rank them on their performance and their numbers. Sales, whatever your job is. Sales, inventory, marketing. And then you take the top 20 and you that fit in the upper box and you promote them. You move them up, you give them raises. The middle 70, you encourage them on how to get to the top 20. And then the bottom 10 over here people that aren't going to make it. So you tell them where they stand. You give them time to fix it. If they can't, they move on. They move on. But now, why is grading a 35-year-old employee cruel when you grade your children at age 15 and 16 in school? So it's okay to grade a child and give him top of the class, A, B, or C, but it's cruel to grade a 35-year-old person? Come on, that's silly. On its face, it's ridiculous. And yet people get all upset that people of 35 or 40 years old are graded. But children, let's grade them all day. Let's give them a test to see whether they can go to our university or not. How cruel is that? Send everybody to university. The bad students and the good, send them all. How silly that is. How silly. Anyone in this room thinks evaluating fairly people at 35 is bad, but at 16 it's okay. You ought to be ashamed of yourself if you think that. Does anybody want to argue that point? I'd love to have a discussion about it. Maybe you have a reason to explain to me why 35 is cruel, but 16 is not. Hello?
I think no arguments.
I don't, at least not publicly.
No. Okay, Markkinointi ja mainonta.
So, Mr. Wells, my name is Janne Arola. I read an article from the Economist magazine that said that when you were a boss of CE, you used to spend an hour a day just kind of looking out of the window time. Did you do it every day, and what did you get from those moments?
It's an article I didn't read. It's an article that I never saw, and looking out the window, that was not a hobby of mine.
Maybe it meant that you spent an hour a day for yourself with your own thoughts.
You know, that's sort of journalist talk. I mean, I might have done something, said something silly like that one day in my life when I was younger. But I mean, I always found time to think, to be private, but I never had a schedule. My schedule, when I came in the morning, it usually ended up being totally different than I started at 8 o'clock. It might be like your schedule, when a fire breaks out or a story breaks out or something happens, your day has changed. Well, when we had a $120 billion company, there was always a fire somewhere. There was always something happening. So the idea of being an hour for this, an hour for that, an hour for this, it was organized chaos.
Okay, we have a few more minutes. Helsingin Sanomat.
We ought to give everybody a chance. We can spend 5 more minutes if we have to.
Okay, but Helsingin Sanomat first.
Hi, it's Juhani Mykkänen with Helsingin Sanomat. GE is a company with 120 plus years of history and market capitalization of like 250 billion or something like that. What is your personal feeling about the fact that, you know, with the internet we can have like kids like Mark Zuckerberg, who is like literally my age, and he's the CEO of a company with a market cap of like 120 billion. Any thoughts?
I love it. I love it. I wish there were more of them. One of the great things about America's got its problems like everybody else has. But one of the great things about our country, up to the recent days, we have celebrated Bill Gates, we've celebrated Michael Dell, we've celebrated entrepreneurs who built these companies, got very rich. Everybody wanted to be them, we admired them. It's a great characteristic. We don't get jealous of people, we cheer them on, we love seeing it. I don't know Finland that well, but I have a little feeling in talking to a lot of people in the last 3 days that that's not so true here. You can do well, but not do well, is the word I get from people. That the culture has trouble accepting people like Mark Zuckerberg, like Bill Gates, I don't know. Is that true or false?
That's true.
It's true. Well, how do you get more growth in entrepreneurs if you don't celebrate them? You can't envy them. You can't be mad at them. You've got to encourage them. I heard the minister, Mr. Stoops, talk today, and he was an exciting speaker. He talked about what this country has to be. I'd love to have him as our trade minister, I'll tell you that. His whole thinking was positive and exciting and genuinely supportive. I thought he was a brilliant guy and just what we need, and I'd like to capture him, put him in my suitcase and take him home on the plane tonight because we need that attitude. You're lucky to have someone like that, but he's got to spread that culture throughout the whole place. I think you all agree with my assessment, I think, what I've been picking up. But you've got to love these people because they create jobs. And look at the money Bill Gates is giving back to the world. You know, it's a wonderful thing. So entrepreneurship has to go with risk and reward. And so I'm thrilled for Mark Zuckerberg. I'm thrilled for every one of these people that do this. Think of all the employees he's hired in a tough economy.
Okay, Lotta, do you have some questions?
You've launched the Jack Welch Management Institute, an online MBA and certificate program. Could you tell us about that and what your ambitions are with that?
Well, we started an MBA school. It's now in its third full year. We have 560 MBA students. We have a theory of the case. It's all online. So every one of you can sign up tomorrow. And it's at the MBA school. It's called the Jack Welch. And look it up, Jack Welch Management Institute. We teach on Tuesday. You take it to work on Wednesday because you're a working adult. And you come back on Friday and tell us whether it worked or not. And you tell all your peers in the class too. So it's a working process where we're building leaders of tomorrow. And the average age of the people is 36, 37. So it's an older crowd. It's not kids out of school. It's kids with jobs and families. So it's asynchronous. So that means that they can do the homework at midnight or on weekends or whenever. So we're teaching them how to lead. And our objective is, I was teaching at MIT and I was teaching 40 students in a classroom. And we had excitement and we were generating great students. But I was frustrated with 40 students. Now we've got 560. I talk to them all the time on the web. And we hope to get 10,000. Because if we can get 10,000, they'll hire 1 million. And they'll grow and their lives will improve. The whole thing in management is to build leaders. Have them happy, have them grow, have them have wonderful lives, get rich. It's good stuff. And that's what we're teaching these middle managers who want to be higher managers in our school. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much, Mr. Welch. And
yeah, but we ought to ask, has anybody got anything that they just want to argue about or talk about or take issue with? Or, I mean, this is no fun if we don't do this. I mean, I don't want to preach here. I want to have some interaction.
Yes. This is not an argument.
Check, come on up.
I still wanted to ask you, in your professional and private life, what are the most valuable things in your life?
Well, for me, it's to make the people around me win, have a good life, and make choices that they make on their own because they have the means and resources to do it. Whether it's my family, whether it's my employees, whether it's people around me. I want to make people grow. I think growth and learn is the greatest thing you can do for somebody. Somebody in the same job over and over again, I feel sorry for. I want them to grow and have a great life. A great life is wonderful. And in my view, a great life is full of whatever you choose to be, go for it all the way. I don't like dabbling. A little of this, a little of that, a little of this. Whatever you choose, whether you want to be a carpenter, a musician, or anything, go for it with everything in your body. Don't be a dabbler. Don't be on the sidelines. Don't be a critic. That's tough to say that to journalists, but I mean, that's basically your life. But I mean, it's what it is. Go for it.
Okay, now we got to stop because Paul will
Thank you very much.
More of Mr. Welch.
Thank you.
And happy birthday to your beautiful wife.
to the last live stream of this year's Nordic Business Forum. We're here with Yari. You can tweet your questions using the hashtag NBForum2013. Yari, you have been a speaker at Nordic Business Forum throughout its history. How has it been to follow the development of the seminar? What do you think has changed?
Extremely inspiring. I was very impressed when we started 4 years ago. It was something like 600 people, and I thought it, considering it was in Jyväskylä, and I was surprised by the fact that so many people had come from all over Finland, and I think it was the setting was ambitious, but what has followed has really, you know, I'm dumbstruck. I'm happy for this entrepreneurship that obviously is blooming here. This is one of those small miracles that will, it's an example for all of us.
What are your most inspiring memories from these seminars?
Perhaps last year when Sir Richard Branson had a pair of scissors and he cut my tie off.
Wow.
It was fun. The US ambassador, Mr. Bruce Orrick, told me prior to interviewing Branson that take your tie off because Richard Branson is not a tie guy. And I was thinking, well, I happen to wear a tie and I will not take it off just for the fact that someone doesn't personally want to wear one. So he took a pair of scissors and he cut it in half. It was fun. And he was really open, cooperative, and I think we did a great job together. I still get echoes from that date.
What have you learned in this year's seminar?
I've heard Tom Peters 2 or 3 times before today, and his message is basically the same, but it's more timely now than it was something like 6 years ago. Things are really changing fast, and we better get our pace up just in order to stay at our place. I was happy with also with Professor Petri Parvinen and his sales psychology. Unfortunately, I arrived just this morning because last night I had other engagement.
We'll talk about that too.
I made a comeback to television after 16 years.
How did that feel?
It was exciting. I was surprised how dry my mouth became when the moment, actually, when the director in the studio said, "You're on." I all of a sudden noticed that this is exciting and makes my nervous system really fire up. It was fun. But I somehow felt guilty that I was not here. And Jenni Vartiainen was here yesterday, and she came to my show as a first guest. And it was, I felt like part of me was here because Jenni was here.
Sorry. What would you like people to remember from your speech today?
That sometimes I mean business. It's not always this spiritually charged society speak. This was a business speak. This was, I was talking about the flow of a sales system. It was different than I had done 3 years prior to this. It was fun to do something really concrete.
Could you elaborate on some of the concrete tools that you were?
Well, we were talking about calendar. You know, the best way to lead the resources of any company is to lead the resources from the client's calendar. We were talking about the use of phone, what must happen in contact. We were talking about the value creation chain that, or the system that has to be in place in order to create value. It was business.
Do you think good salespeople are born or made?
Made. good women are made, good men are made. This is a growing process. Leaders are made. It's not a blessing or some kind of a genetic anomaly. It is something we learn to do. We learn all the difficult skills we need to learn if we put our minds into it and get some guidance.
It's out of for many of us, it's out of our comfort zone. How could we make it not be in our comfort zone?
Well, this is out of our comfort zone.
I'm totally comfortable with you.
Thank you. Thank you. I don't know if that's a compliment or not. Sometimes, well, that could be also interpreted as an insult, as you know.
Why? No.
There must be some sparks between us.
I'm sure there are.
But being comfortable means being numb. Now, seriously, sorry. Some of the jokes are really lame.
It's all right.
Getting out of the comfort zone is one of the big challenges in everybody's life. And we need the supportive system in order to get to the discomfort zone where we can learn and grow.
But as a manager, how do you push your people to do that?
I don't push. I have pushed. It doesn't work. I invite. I try to create a pull. Salespeople do not want to call to get a meeting. But if a meeting is already in place in their calendar, they are happy to attend. It's better to pull than push in all human affairs.
Did you see Petri Parvinen's presentation?
Yes, I did.
Did you agree with what he said?
Yes, I did. He was funnier than I was. A lot.
Not a competition.
Of course it is. I respect him. His examples and the way he tied the science, research of sales to his anecdotes, I found them entertaining.
That's nice. Do you think that that's something you're going to implement to individualize sales to people?
This is our second nature. We cannot even imagine doing sales without making it more individual. Sometimes the best things you learn are not new things. They are things you need to get deeper in. And in this case, it's really good to hear your own core beliefs from another person's speak or from another person's presentation.
Now, a lot about this seminar is getting inspired and getting new ideas and being hopeful for the future. What are your dreams?
I have had a demanding week, and I will go home. And I have private dreams for the evening.
All right, anything more long-term?
Long-term? I want to learn my profession once again. I want to learn to create value so much that we become really profitable once again. It's about value creation and the equation of a company. Of course, I want to make a comeback also as an entrepreneur.
We have a few more minutes. Does anybody else have something to ask? Okay.
Jukka Niemela from Nordic Business Report. Summing up the former speakers in the seminar, Gladwell said that many managers are not in the company to please people, but to develop people.
Mm-hmm.
And I know that you think like that. And Tom Peters said that rather than plan, do and document it as carefully as you can. And I know that you've chosen to do. So from self-development perspective, how much do you spend time thinking about what people think about you and say about you, and how much does it have effect in your choices, what you will develop next in yourself?
Of course, I try to be sensitive to the real feedback that is available. If there is real relevant feedback, I try to be sensitive to it. But some of the feedback is cancerous. It's poisonous. Not all feedback is beneficial. You have to learn to laugh to some of the feedback, and you need to learn to quiet yourself when facing relevant and important feedback. It depends. But to laugh at one's disposition and all kinds of shortcomings, it's one of the great skills of life. I try not to spend as much time wallowing in how other people, see me. I don't think it makes me better. I try to respect their feelings, but I try not to let them inside of my skin, because sometimes what I would let inside of my skin would not be helpful for me, or for anyone, for that sake.
Okay, one more question. Lotta, do you have something?
I do. You've had a very colorful career. What have, for you, been the most meaningful moments?
The most meaningful moment, the one.
Or two.
I don't actually think about achievements or accomplishments that much. I'm happy and grateful for them, but I don't occupy myself with those. The most significant moments are, for example, when I have witnessed the greatness of Henkka Hyppönen. Once, 5 years ago, Henkka Hyppönen came to my room, and Henkka Hyppönen said, "Yari, it is my heart's dream to become a better trainer than you are." And in the back of my head, I was thinking that's not probable to happen. Well, it happened, and it happened fast. Always when people say that Yari Sarasvuo is one of the best, or the best trainer in Finland, I always think instinctively, no, I'm not. Henkka Hyppönen is. It has been a great source of joy to witness his growth and what he became, as you all will see when he does his magic with Mr. Jack Welch.
Okay, thank you so much. Let's go and see that magic happening. Thank you.
Thank you.